Alright, welcome to episode 15 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It's been a long time since I last made a video for this. The last video I made was kind of me just commentating over the recording of episode 14, and it took me like a total of 10 hours to do episode 14 because I had to redo it so many times. So that kind of put me off from coming back to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney for a while. I just needed a break off it. So I'm kind of doing long plays a little bit different from the previous times I did it before. I now stream directly to Twitch and kind of let Twitch take care of capturing, keeping my progress recorded because I kind of ran out of... it's just easier on my my lesser PC here. So anyway, let us begin. Let's jump right in. Let's go with continue. Chapter start. Okay, so I'm a little lost here. I should turn up the audio on my thing here. There we go. This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Who is Lana again? Oh yeah, it's the drill sergeant type of lady there. And where's Emma? Emma. I'm gonna call her Emma, for that matter. It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, it's Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777's ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt on this ID record. If that whole number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. On the defendant, 5 minutes after the trial starts, Lana will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Oh yeah. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. That made-up rule that we have to wrap everything up in 3 days. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Well, that depends on you, doesn't it, edgy boy? Oh, it kind of looks like he actually reacted to me calling him edgy boy. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. So long, Leon. Ugh. I had a joke in my head, but I didn't execute it well. I was going to call him Leon from Resident Evil, but in a more... Yeah, I can't deliver that. This is it. Another failed attempt at a joke, but if I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Sometimes I gotta go with the flow when it comes to me trying to be, well, not funny, but at least amusing. I find that when I try to be amusing and kind of have fun with what I'm gonna say, it comes off, a little more funnier, I would say. Court is... Oh yeah. How did I do his voice again? It was so long ago. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Oh yeah, that's right. We're trying to get the police chief We're trying to find the police chief. Like, he's behind something, and we're gonna try to figure it out on this last day of the trial. So basically, I want to see how Phoenix pulls a rabbit out of a hat this time. Chief Kent. It's the orange guy. I have no idea what inflection I gave this guy. Morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, Udgy, been back to the pool yet? Oh, Udgy, okay, Judgy. No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Ha, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She better. She wants to do that? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. It was him. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what is your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all the charges against me. On February 21 of this year... Wait a minute, is it actually February 21 right now? I'm trying to bring up the... No, it's February 22nd. Alright, as of this recording, it's February 22nd, 2021. I should have recorded this yesterday to make the event in this game more current, or feel like more current, of this year. I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. I stabbed his dead body over and over again in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. You know, in the real world, the case would be over. Oh. But this game likes to write its own rules in law. You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. I apologize for tripping over my tongue so many times in my videos. I am a very awkward guy. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Bugger off. But Lana. Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. I'm turning my back. Good day. But it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. My zero... What the heck is going on? I am getting messages on my phone. I'm gonna have to ignore for now. This can't be happening, because I can't exactly pause this stream. I could edit it later and upload it to YouTube, but I would think that takes a little bit longer. It appears for the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Objection. Oh. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Oh, naughty. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Wouldn't the judge just tell him to be quiet and... Well, I guess the judge, if he's curious, he probably let this happen. So, I don't know nothing about court or how things proceed. I never sat in jury duty either. So, with this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal. Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Hold it. Oh, I was wondering, why was there no voice there? But I guess Lana is the one who says hold it. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to contend. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay that's okay with you, Chief Cat? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. I'll slash your tires. Put sugar in your gas tank. There you go. I almost said gas cherry can, but... Anyway. Continuing on from a stumble like that. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Darkhay of the Joe Darkhay killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember that this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. He's sitting right at the edge of his seat if he was sitting down. Because it always looks like they're standing up. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Okay, that was a quick one. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Well, I need you to tell me now. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. 2 years ago. Okay, I think I better save right here. Okay, how do I do this? There we go. Save. Yes, I don't want to mess up too much. Okay, back. Okay, I was waiting for my sister's office that day. Okay, press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under Chief Detective Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Chief Detective Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. Okay. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on that day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran to Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw... Whoop. Oh, I missed something. Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's go through all the things here. I just want to catch the last word to make sure that it's not anything important. And have a look. That's when I saw him. Okay. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Detective Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Gant was there too? Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. Well, it was 2 years ago. But I'll never forget what I saw that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but when the lightning flashed again outside, that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Okay, let's hear more. Of course we're gonna hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning. Oh, but the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Shut up. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Where is it? You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken. But I did draw it. I swear, I did. I did not. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Okay, I think, let's see. This is the last one. Let's take a look at the evidence here. There's supposed to be a picture. Evidence list. Strip of cloth. It bears Emma's fingerprints. Okay, maybe it's on the other side. Okay, let's take a look in. I guess nothing really. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Okay. I'm just wondering if Emma killed, what's his name, the serial killer. Okay, Neil's autopsy report, SL9 incident, dark killings, check. The print had been wiped. I wonder if Emma is part... I wonder if she's not as innocent as she seems. Because I'm getting suspicious, because this handprint was wiped off and we have this strip of cloth with her fingerprints on it. Because it seems like the chief of police is the one who's the guilty one, but for some reason it almost seems like Emma is a little too involved in this in these two trials here, these two cases. Okay, unstable jar, evidence locker, extremely thin rubber glove. So many evidence. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's press this one. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark and I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as she can. Much about this, okay. Okay, let's see. We need to present something. I don't know what to present, though. Okay, present. Okay, where is that list of evidence? Okay, list of evidence in the SL9 incident ripped in half, so only part remains. Okay, let's take a look at this. Look at this. Okay, hold on. Okay, look at that. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. If it was magic marker, then it would have bled onto the other side of this paper. I don't think anyone would have missed that. It's a very... because magic marker even stands out like from the other side of the paper. I got a very bad feeling about this. Okay, I think I'm going to present that. I found it! Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you still insist on denying its existence. Huh? Oh, I got another message. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for this case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, the evidence list for the SL9 incident? Yup. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Pretty sure that... well, I guess if it was thicker, I guess if that paper was thicker, it wouldn't be as noticeable from the front, but, you think somebody would have noticed, you know... I don't know, it just seems something too obvious to overlook. Turn it over? Turn it? Ah, what's this? Yes. What is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Rabble, rabble, indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the markers here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? 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 Order. Order. Who'd have thought the picture would have been drawn on the back of the list? That was handed to Detective Goodman in the questioning room. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor. Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. That's a long shot. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Well, let's see. Oh, why is he pissed off? He should be happy. We're getting close to the truth. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He's gonna foam at the mouth and fall over. Sorry, Your Honor. There is something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What the hell? That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Apparently, the head of the criminal affairs used this for his blueprint. I guess he was out of scrap paper. The evidence list has been updated. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw the picture. Emma's picture. Okay, I think it's time to save again. Save. We're doing good. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw that instant. What if Neil Marshall was the one who stabbed Joe Dark? I'm thinking ahead here. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, Emma's picture. We're going to press her on every statement. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the detective team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's what I saw. The lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? Okay. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture shows there's an instant. You're lying. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Oh. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, you're a bully. Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Getting more and more messages. Okay, 2 years ago. Hold it. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it. Oh yeah, that's right. We got through all this already. Okay. Whoops. After that, I must have fainted. Let's see. Okay. Hold it. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. Okay. Wait a minute. How did we backtrack to these last couple of statements? Okay. This will be the last time I'm able to press. Sorry for asking so many times. How many times are you going to manipulate? Better find it. Okay. Okay. Skims is exactly the same as imprinted, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. Maybe it has something to do with the knife? Okay, let's take a look here. Evidence list. Check. Like, if you join the pictures together, why is the dude's head up there? Maybe I need to present this. Okay, before I do that, before I start making mistakes left and right, okay, present. Okay, where did I put that? Present. Nope. The witness statement is clearly faulty. The blah 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 blah. Okay, nothing faulty. You're wrong. You're dead. You're not dead. I meant you're fired. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. I think I need to present on the exact. Okay, press. No. I didn't mean to press. I meant to present. Okay, just gotta get my, okay. There's clearly a contradiction here. Okay. Okay, flashlight was so bright I could see her shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay, let's see. Present. Nope. Okay, I'll figure this out. Got 3 more chances. Okay, present. Screwdriver. Okay, maybe I need to look at this. AI 16. We have a whole bunch of evidence, and I don't know how it plays into the case. Okay, hold on. 91 whatever. AI 16. Okay, there was 2 knives, right? No prints. Okay, maybe if I present this, because Neil was wearing a cowboy hat. No, and I'm wrong again. Did I already press her on this one? Yes, I did. Okay, let's present that. Okay. I don't know what I'm missing here. What am I missing? Okay, gonna have to reload. Title screen. Yes. Okay. Present. Okay, I gotta present something, I just don't know what. Okay, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Maybe if I present this when she said all she saw were shadows. Nope. I am stumped. I don't know what evidence to present and when and where. Okay, so we gotta present something here. Edgeworth's knife? No. Switchblade. Fingerprint set. Nope. I am very stumped. Okay. Clearly a contradiction here. How is it a contradiction? She's not lying. Maybe I'll present that. Nope. Okay. What do I present? Screwdriver? No. Unstable jar. Security video. Victims. Jeb Bates, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Miles Edgeworth, Bruce Goodman, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Okay, stabbed in the back, died from... Oh! There we go. Okay, hold on. I gotta go back. Title screen. get my what do you call it? My tries back from save point. Okay, press. No, present. I meant to do that. I meant to present as opposed to press. Okay, present. Where's Neil's autopsy? Yes. Stabbed in the back. Present. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Okay, him. I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks. Mr. Wright, how could you? Sneef. The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others. Well, so as long as the defense has learned his lesson, I better take another look at an autopsy report in this picture. Okay, perhaps it would be foul. Okay, contradiction. Select the area to present. Okay, the contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. In fact, you don't even have to look closely to see that. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. Nope. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Huh. Where could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. It's obvious, really, the victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Oh, what's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. No, up yours. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at her at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Order, order, order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Neil Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. Oh, excuse me. It is my belief that somewhere in the story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man is really holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon is already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a closer look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. It's not the switchblade. The screwdriver. It's got to be the screwdriver because... What's his name? Gant brought it to, what's his face? Okay, so let's take a look at Neil's autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. The tip of the knife was in the wound. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found wound was missing tip. It's gotta be the screwdriver, I think, because it's a puncture. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. Okay, Okay, let's check this out. If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright, but I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Skye hangs in the balance. Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a closer look. Real murder weapon. The prosecutor trophy is missing the knife. Aye, that's what I think. Okay. Okay, that didn't work. Okay, let's see, Edgeworth's knife. Okay, I think it's... Okay. It's not it. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Another broken knife. Blood traces. Okay, I don't know what the real... Maybe I had it with this? Let's try that. Okay, that... No, we lost. This court sees a little prolonged defense failed to give, and we lost the trial. Guilty. The accused will surrender. That is all. Game over. Okay, we did a few things here. Okay, present. What did we present again? Oh yeah, Neil's port. Okay, let's speed through this part here. Mr. Wright. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Okay. Take a look at the knife, and man, it's holding. Tip is already broken. You have to look closely to see it. Look at the evidence. Murder weapon tip is broken too. If I recall, tip of the knife was found broken. I'm afraid it's not so simple. Where could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. Suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not be yet be broken. What's the meaning of this? Okay, perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, you couldn't possibly wind up there. Couldn't possibly wind up there. What does that mean? First of all, how did... I'm thinking, like... A knife is not very easy to break, and yet if it went into the heart and lungs, how could it break off? The person pulled a knife, like... I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, they're gonna object back and forth for a little bit. Falsified evidence. Excuse me. So we're going in the right direction here. I just gotta figure out what do I can see here. Okay, police department and prosecutor's office holding the thing. See, like there's the I have no idea. I believe that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man was really holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. Just being two broken knives. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? Okay, this is where I got to save. Okay, now let's make our mistakes. Emma's mistaken. Broken knives don't just grow on trees. There's no way there was another one. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I believe the witness must be mistaken. I knew it. You really don't believe me. Huh? That flash of lightning burned an unforgettable image in her mind. One that's been torturing her ever since. There's no way Emma could be mistaken. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't be explained with a way this something like... Oh, okay, let's see. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. Okay. I assume then blah 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 about this other broken knife. Yes, if so, please feel free to enlighten us. Then where her weapon is already broken prior to the murder, there's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Well, let's see. Let's present this. Yes, the answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. Okay, I'm gonna save here. No, hold on. You know what? Let's just save. I'm already here. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. No, this is a picture of the award ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the picture was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a broken knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. You know, you would think that that knife would be securely, would be in there. Like, it wouldn't be something that you could easily remove. You know? Like, was it like, it should have been like cast ironed into it, like forged together. Anyway, being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that cannot be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising the knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! I did not put two and two together. I kind of already figured that, well, for me myself, I kind of already figured that out a little while ago. I was just maybe 90% sure. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Somebody says, hold it. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness. Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Doot. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget the past. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Okay, Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? This is certainly most unusual. I object to your unusual conclusion. Try impossible. The head detective of criminal affairs didn't even design him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may... Oh, shut up! Stop, please don't pursue this any further. Oh, she's hiding something. Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. I'm getting my voices mixed up here. I'm kind of invested in this. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Emma's recollection. All right. I don't know if are we gonna finish this episode? I'm just gonna take a look at the. Okay, I got about close to an hour left. Whoops. Okay, I'll save again. Back. When I saw that man raise his knife. What man? Tell me. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you can rush towards both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seemed convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think about is I gotta help Mr. Marshall. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, and it's all kind of a blur. In a matter of just a few seconds, Miss Sky was almost killed. Then she witnessed the murder about to take place. A little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. Nope. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Okay, another flash of lightning. That's when I saw the blue badger. Hold it. Are you sure about this? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. I wonder if she saw something and the person designing the blue badger saw that and was thinking, oh, I think I'll use this design. It's a very interesting design. Let's see. If you look at it from sideways, what the hell did she see? Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here. But the head detective of criminal affairs thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. He's got a broken piece of his hat, so I'm wondering if that's something. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? She just saw his head. But he wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay, press. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Shut up! That may well be. I wonder, like, you know, actual lawyers in like a heated courtroom discussion. I wonder if they are. I wonder how many of them actually said "shut up" or something. Because you know, I was looking at the presidential debate or something, where Joe Biden told Donald Trump to shut up, man. Yeah, that was pretty entertaining. But I didn't actually watch it. I just seen a clip of it. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw that lightning flashed, when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Okay, let's see here. Let's get ready to make a whole bunch of mistakes. Okay, I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture, yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright? In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious... Hold on. Blue badger look-alike. Okay, blue badger. Is it a prosecutor trophy? No, it's this thing. Let's take a look at it. So she saw something. Okay, hold on. Just want to get that angle right. It was this thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Huh. Alright. I just wanted to make sure that I saw the object before they pointed out. So this thing was in mid-air. That's what she saw. Let's present this. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. It was in mid-air. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I gotta show them. I gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh. Okay, hold on. Okay, stupid controls. Okay, hold on. There we go. I know exactly how I had it before. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay, we gotta bring it up just a little bit. Present. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order, order. The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us. What difference now is that we know the witness saw this jar? Time to save. I save often so that way I don't waste too much time coming up to this point. Okay, the location, the murder weapon, the murderer. It's not the... What? Witness saw this jar, the murder weapon. It's gotta be the murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Not only that, but she saw it at a very specific angle. Knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Yep, exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife, and in the next instant the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall? Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what could he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding up a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the prosecutor's award. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Did Emma accidentally kill Neil Marshall? And that's what it seems like. Okay. Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If evidence took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. She did. She accidentally killed him. Oh, she's gonna be messed up now. I don't know why I'm lying. I'm lying. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm just surprised. I did not see that coming. You know, I like stories with little twists like these, but oh man, poor Emma. She's gonna be more than traumatized. She's gonna need some therapy after this. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Thud. Then how did Joe Dark died? I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. I wonder if Chief Gant came in and killed Joe Dark. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. She faints and they just leave her alone, and they just keep talking to each other. It's like, forget her for now. Just keep talking about the case here. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. This is why she objected. What are you saying? I thought they took her away. I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. She knew the truth, that's why she was trying to take the blame. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved to Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Excuse me. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. I got an idea. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Somehow. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that victim may have left behind. Let's see here. Do not turn off the power. Okay, may have left in the evidence. Okay. Is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you please stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? We're being evil right now. Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Take a look at the jar once more. Okay, let's zoom in. Okay, let's... Okay, examine. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. I think he was trying to spell Emma. E-M-A. Yeah. Okay, let's present this. This is the message left by the deceased. Is that the blue badger from before? Oh, he's going to just speak the killer's name. Is that... If that thing could... No, if that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everybody's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like somebody wiped the blood away. Oh, she's guilty looking. Yes, but notice, for some reason the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these dots, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Wait a minute. So the cloth that was on, that had Emma's fingerprints, she knew she killed Neil Marshall and she tried to wipe away the blood? Yeah, like I said earlier in the video that I think that Emma might be not as innocent as she seems. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. The murderer's name. Connected blood traces. Okay, and then here. Dot to dot. Okay, maybe I should connect. Okay, I think that's complete. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove his client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would have turned out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy, I can't say I didn't warn you. Okay, so I thought he was the one who killed he was the one who killed Joe Dark. Maybe he did, I don't know. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you have done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. What? No, not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Whoa, he's yelling this time. Order! The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial's headed, no one knows. To be continued? I was thinking that this, oh yeah, save. So I guess we still have more testimony, some more court stuff to figure out now. Sorry, Edgeworth. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Oh, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've never seen happier people I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this the other day. Just the other day. You must know 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Securely slipped evidence law into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence that you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she's unwittingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more. You got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. No, you're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, that's right. This was all about Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means that the real killer is still out there. It's gotta be the chief. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Okay, you know what? I think I have half an hour left. I think I'm probably gonna make the exception and play this through. Make this an extra long episode. RPG length, maybe. Like 3 hours or more. I don't know, it feels like we're very, very close to the end of this trial. So I think I'm gonna do it, and I will. I'm gonna finish this. Okay. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Oh yeah, thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that Mr. Edgeworth may have, struck a bargain. Huh? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just that you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all the further witnesses. What? But there's never been a case example. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial's as good as over. The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Okay. Oh no. I can't save. Okay, let's see here. I gotta call the right witness. Jake Marshall. Mike Meekins. I don't think this guy knows enough. It's gotta be between these two here. There's Angel Star. But she's against Lana. And Jake Marshall was the one who was really searching for clues. And he was in charge of the lockup, so I'm gonna give this guy a go. Okay, present. What? It appears I have overestimated you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For a moment, I actually thought you knew what you were doing. Mr. Wright, this court has long since tired of your questionable antics. I still don't have any concrete evidence, but judging by the direction of everything seems to be pointing, there's another person even more suspicious. The defense calls. It's time finally come to bring up the real murder. Oh, Damon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does that have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. he would also be the least likely person to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. I'm gonna kill you. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto, what's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when the Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all this. Oh, son. You're either very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. That's right, I'm threatening you. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. It's a line incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. We're not talking about that incident. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the chief of police has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Okay. Okay, I kind of messed up at the start there, but as long as I have as long as I still have chances to blow, I think we should be able to get through this quickly. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. Power outage. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. When I went into my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you could see, I had nothing to do with this forgery press. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can't understand how Lana must have felt, but moving the body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better off be staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I got to link Gant to the incident. Okay, let's see. This is where I gotta save. Gonna make a lot of missteps here. Okay, let's take a look at our newest thing here, evidence law. From Ms. Sky explains 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. Okay, must be relevant. Rubber glove. Okay, it's written on the tag. Okay, I see nothing here. Oh, where's that, no, wait. Okay, let's see. SL9, 221. Let's see here. Okay, I gotta figure out when do I see. Okay, power outage. Okay, okay, that was on February 21st. I don't know what do I do here? Okay, present. He had nothing to do with it, eh? see. Strip of cloth. Evidence locker. Found a bloody handprint on Marshall's own locker. The print had been wiped. Screwdriver. Okay, I think it's going to, I think I gotta try present this. Oh, I got it. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this? What's that? What's that on it? A handprint? Chief Gant, your explanation, please. Oh, I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Righto, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. Tell me, how is this rag relevant to this trial? It appears the defense was not prepared. I guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence. Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance? Well, okay, I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Udgy. Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry. Ha. So yeah, I'm sorry I didn't nail you. Okay. It's too early to use that. Okay, too early for this one. Nails on top of your sword. Evidence list. Ah. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. You know, I don't think you... Like, if he got evidence from his office, wouldn't it be unregistered? Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Huh. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relationship to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Okay. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. It's because you were blackmailing, what's her name, Lana. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief. Would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Udgy, in return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Okay. It's time to play some mental chess with this guy. For all I know, you could have planted him in my office. Shut up! Just shut up! I didn't do nothing. I appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped. Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when your fingerprints are found. Yes. If they're found inside my safe, they would prove your investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. You can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence is found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Mr. Wright. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying that this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. Huh? The chief is talking about a possibility, so as long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Mr. Wright. Think about it. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm crooked. No, because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Grant, at the very least there is one large benefit that you reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. You little... Ho ho ho. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. Break your finger too. So that means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. I don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Gee, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I truly care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, I would have helped. Would he have helped someone out? Okay, save. Yes. He would help someone out if it benefited him in the end. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well, I'll ask. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? Lana. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious, in the light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved... Now, let me think about it. Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. You dirty bastard, you fuddrucker, you. Your motive is to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. Go to hell. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Well, which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just, what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? The Chief could just, not say anything. I said order, Mr. Wright. You can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront. This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible. Yeah, Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier-to-understand language. It's his fault. Get mad at him. Touchy. It's too late, Mr. Wright. Huh? There's no turning back for us now. It's you and me. Where'd he go? Phoenix slips out the back door. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. Look at Gant. He's given him the evil death stare. I see. All right then. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Just remember, it better be good. Oh, it's gonna be good, all right. Oh, I can't save. Darn. Okay. Okay, so remember, it better be good. Okay, Detective Goodman. Goodman's lost item report. Let's take a look at it. No. Well, the only thing I can think of to ties him to the case is the, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. ID card record. Okay, let's present. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID card on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. I'm gonna save while I have the chance. I think we're safe now, saving here. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean? Nope. I'm afraid so. Your Honor, the code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant. Oh, he's pissed off now. We got him. We're getting him. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Oh, nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright will be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Oh. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whenever it's the evidence room or the bathroom, What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Nope, you hadn't seen him in days. Chief Gant, I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. As Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing: what transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Oh no, I can't save again. Oh well, we just saved. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Let's take a look at that thing again. Where is it? Was it the lost item report? To be submitted to the chief. Half-written document. Okay, let's present that. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Okay. Good. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet, you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. Nope, he filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. Yep. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. But you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Whoa, what the heck? He got all evil. But I like how, what's his name? Edgeworth and Phoenix are teaming up together to make sure that the corrupted chief of police is gonna get, what's coming to him. Yeah. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely committed on the spur of the moment. No one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why else? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body. However, the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, and everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, here, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. I think I better save again. I gotta point something out. I've been doing it a lot for the past little while here. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. What did he use? What did he use? Okay, so incident files. Okay, extremely thin rubber glove. Okay, maybe we need to look at the phone here. Phone records. Parking lot floor plans. Oh, you know what? I think, yeah, what's his name? Well, there's a reason for that screw. Let's see here. They needed to move the body. Okay, evidence from past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Dr. Gant's request. Okay, let's present that. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. He used Edgeworth, and Edgeworth didn't know any better. Okay, just trying to adjust my seat here. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? You know, at first I thought the screwdriver might have been a murder weapon, but it's not. It was just a flimsy excuse to get Edgeworth to go from point A to point B. Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it at the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back to the prosecutor's office. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to carry evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Do transport the body of your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Oh, she was in there too. Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please, say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed good old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Okay, hold on. Looks like I gotta point out another thing here. I could feel it. Feel it in my bones. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. Super important. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? Present evidence. There's no choice. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I got to keep the pressure on. Let's save a little bit more. I have a feeling I'm going to get this wrong over and over again. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove It better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond the shadow of a doubt. Edgeworth's knife. The murder weapon found in Edgeworth's toolbox traces the victim's blood, no prints. At the time of the murder, death due to loss of blood, one knife wound, died within an hour and a half. Okay, 4 and 5. Wound caused by a 12-centimeter knife. Muffler. The redial button that dials the number of the last person called. Oh, look at this. Last person to call. The last call was to Emma. I wonder what they spoke about. Okay, never mind. I thought I was on a trail there. Okay. Okay, these blood traces are from Bruce Goodman, the victim. He must have tried to run after he was stabbed. Blood is splattered over the white enamel surface. Must be Lana's blood from the cut on her right hand. She now has a bandage. Okay, that's not it. Small tag patched. Let's see. Spray to use. Submitted to the chief. The Blue Badger. Okay, evidence. Did I use this already? Marshall's own locker. Already looked at that. Okay, let's see here. Alright, fast forward again. Okay, we know for a fact that's not Goodman. That is, what's his name? Okay, Dark Killings closed. What do I do? Okay. Goodman's autopsy. One knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4. Between 4 and 5, loss of blood. 12-centimeter knife. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. What do I don't know what to present. Okay, there was Miles Edgeworth, Mike, Bruce, Mike. Okay, did I use this one? Okay, what do I do here? Maybe let's see, hold on. Hide. Chief Gant murdered Goodman. Controls. Examine. I'm trying to think here. I'm racking my brain. Parking stub. Entered lot at 512. Okay, died within an hour and a half. February 21st. Wounds caused by... I think we need to use something that hasn't been used yet, I think. Use a screwdriver, we use that. Evidence room floor plans. Rubber glove. Okay, he was already wearing gloves, I think. Man, I am stumped. Maybe it's the knife. Okay, this is the knife that Lana used to stab. And where's the switchblade? Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. Okay, so he killed Goodman. Okay, so this one is has nothing to do with the current case. Okay, let's take a look at, what do you call it? Detective Goodman. Not Niels. Strip of cloth, evidence law. Wound was caused by a 12-centimeter knife. Single stab wound. What do we do here? Okay, rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I don't know. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. Oh, I think I did it right. I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is I'm gonna be late for my meal. Oh, crap. I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me just a little longer to consider. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Okay, present evidence. Okay, what do I present then? What did he do? Am I doing this right? Edgeworth's knife found in Edgeworth's toolbox traces the victim's blood. No prints. Present. Okay, I don't think that's right. Okay, I wonder what happens if I have no proof yet. It's no use showing evidence that's not even sure of myself. Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Udgy? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? I don't gamble unless the stakes are high. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Udgy, I'll leave the rest to you. Oh, game over. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Objection. Oh, Lady Luck. Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. Okay, I think I was supposed to go with I don't have evidence. Okay, hold on. Title screen. Yes. A court record. Continue from save point. Okay, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Oh, please hurry up and present it. Just remember. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think I just... yeah, I saved... I kind of did this at the wrong time. Okay, so I don't think I have the evidence. Well, at least I have 3 left. Guess it wasn't enough. Okay, I think I need to be a little more careful when it comes to the decision making. No, I have no proof yet. Okay, let's go all the way to where we were. Let's see. Okay. All right. You know, now that Lana is kind of free from protecting what's her name. Now that Lana is free from protecting Emma, maybe she'll testify against what's his name? The chief. Okay. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Kent has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth? Who is this person? I guess I better save again. Don't want to make any more mistakes. I'm running out. Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Lana Skye? It's gotta be her. The defendant, Miss Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task was to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. What? In 15 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on. Huh? Chief Gant came back. Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Well, it looks like Chief Gant is gonna fight for his right to He knows if Lana testifies, now she can't. He's lost control over her. He's gonna fight to the death, I guess. Well, to his. Yeah, he's gonna fight. He's gonna go down fighting. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't going good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. This is going on for quite a while now. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. Haha, I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How does he always get the upper hand? It's not fair. He has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, look, it's Lana. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. How long was I lying in the courtroom? I've been listening to the trial from the gallery, so she has heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be, it was the truth. You know, it's funny, I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. Oh, I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Well, let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Yeah, I didn't think there was going to be 3 parts to this whole, just to the, to the final trial itself. I'm going to lose my voice soon. Okay. Final trial. I thought for sure the last part was going to be the final trial, but... Okay, will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Yes, he did it. It is all him. The end. Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Okay, Gant in the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. She's still lying. She's afraid. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course, I'm sure. But Lana, if this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay, Gant in the fabrication. Okay, I worked alongside years, okay. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective, that's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But to think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And... Okay, fabricated evidence 2 years ago by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his victim that day, last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. I found prosecutor Marshall Wright's crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? Seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamt was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean Prosecutor Neil Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me? Yeah, we get it already. You said that before, like three times or something. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Okay, broke off the... Whoa, something added. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of... Oh, what? Then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask her for the sake of others. Save. Yes. Why did you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright, even though you should be able to figure it out. Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife. I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame anyway from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of the knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motive was to get Dark convicted and had nothing to do with Emma. So you arranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. If she insists you fabricated evidence by herself, there's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Okay. It's time to save. Because we got some more testimony added just by pressing. Let's see. Okay, I need to present something. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Let's see. Like, why does it have Emma Sky's fingerprints on this cloth? A single stab wound. Died from blood loss. Between 7 and 7:30. Blood loss. If the knife was still in him, he wouldn't have suffered blood loss. Press. Whoops. Okay, let's see. What do I do here? Okay, no evidence will be shown without the approval of police. Unregistered evidence must be relevant. Must be relevant to the case. Okay. All by myself. What? Oh no, wait, she present. Maybe if I present this. Nope. Okay, this is kind of a tough one. Dang. The murder weapon. Nope. Okay. Switchblade knife. Nope. Okay, there's a contradiction around here somewhere. Be all the proof they needed. Nope. I don't know what to do now. From save point. Between 7 and 7:30. Okay, this is about Neil's death. There's a small tag on the knife. Oh, I think I'm looking at something. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6, maybe it's a case number. That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Court record. Okay, court record. SL9 2. Victim's memo found in the car trunk. Press A for details. SL92. Okay, did I present this already? SL9 too. Okay, SL9 2. So there's the SL9 case files. Okay, Joe Dark, Serial Murderer, Death, Edward Jones, Neil Marshall, Miles Edgeworth, Line of Sky in the Sky. Closed. Died from a loss of blood. All the proof they needed. Whoops. Murder weapon. Okay, it had nothing to do with Emma. Strip of cloth. Oh. I am stumped. Wait. I think I need to present this. Nope. Okay, I'm stumped. Really, really stumped. The only way I can do that, I think I'm... To me, it seems like the only way to do this is to, whoops. Okay. FC's line. Worked alongside, there's no truth, blackmail, fabricated, all by myself. Maybe there's something there. ID card record. Nope. Just, I don't know what to do. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's see here. Two years ago. What to do, what to do. Okay, planted the tip of his knife in front and you moved the body. But why? Blah, 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 blah. Why did you plant the knife? I chose that before. Would this be any different? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deducted it. It was by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Oh! Okay, hold on. Title screen. I don't want to run low on my chances here, so I'm gonna redo that from the start point. And then no truth, by myself, move the body, press. Okay, so it feels like I'm kind of feels like there might be something there. Okay, why did you move the body? It was where you did all the blah 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 blah. The body is found by your desk. Why did you move the body? Simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. And the pieces of the jar that okay, I'm gonna save here. Just to get past where I was stuck. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Okay. Pieces of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar Mr. Wright showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was all ready. Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Okay, pieces of the jar. Present. This jar? Let's see. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been useless. Even so, I am compelled to bring it to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have yet been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Whoa, wait a minute. You know what? Now that I think about it, that's right. What does this mean? Order. Your Honor, it would appear More information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was so dark in the room I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away this message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. I immediately noticed that blood traces hold it. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. Can you be safe I wiped away the blood? I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up all the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even though I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we got to the bottom of this incident, no doubt this day will leave a permanent stain in the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Well, okay, notice the blood trace in the jar. Strip of cloth. Present. Okay, maybe a... What? Okay, what? Okay, I'm stumped again now. Just don't know. Let's see. Okay, hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. This piece the chief is different. The chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other piece are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. Okay, it should save. Man, it's gotten real stumpy. I wiped away the blood. With this? Nope. Okay, contradiction of the I thought. Don't sound very convinced. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Whoops. Okay, okay, to be safe, I wiped away the blood. Oh, you're talking about this blood? Oh, okay, that is, Okay, hold on. Title screen. Yes. I know this probably seems like a little bit of cheating, but I don't want to lose too much time from the save point. Whoop. Okay, whoop. No! I don't want to do that. Okay, what time is it? I've been at this for over 3 hours now. Okay, we'll make it 4 hours then, possibly. Okay, here we go. Miss Sky, I believe this jar concealed the truth even you were unaware of. What? When we found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? Nope. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? It's kind of like people who lose their glasses, but it's on their head, like not like kind of in their hair. Anyway, have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Huh? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Nah, no. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar. And purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And here's the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Oh, she's sweating. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, Wright? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of prosecutor Neil. I am just inserting words wherever I see fit for some reason. Then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. She gonna actually tell the truth? Okay. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. If you were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture better save. Yes. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be, what? A picture in there somewhere. Where's that book? Oh, look at this. Now it's showing the cover. Okay, let's zoom in. Okay. Okay, examine. Would you look at that? Hey, there's a picture here. Oh, hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. That's because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged the scene. Lana's picture inserted in the court record. Mr. Wright, that piece sticking out from his vest, could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? What? The piece? What piece? What's this? Okay, that, when she pushed Neil, thinking that she was, like, pushing Dark, she left her handprint on his clothing. It's a handprint. Okay, I thought she wiped away evidence. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever's fingerprints on those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murder. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. All right. Lots of saving. Lots of saving this episode. This is going to be a real long episode. Okay. I arrived, found Mr. Marshall's body impaled in a suit of armor. What? Oh, look at that. Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Of course I knew he wasn't going to leave. Chief Gant. What now? You want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put a word or two in my defense. I thought he gave up his right to speak. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined testimony. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk the judge was talking about. Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. I like the venom you're spitting at him right now, Edgeworth. It's awesome. Look at him. Get out of here. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Aren't you supposed to be at lunch right now, Gant? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? No, what do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. I got more evidence. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, somebody's in big doo-doo. Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, please present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Neil? You know what? Maybe something will work out? Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Alright, the time's finally to come show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Marshall. This is a handprint. Someone left behind an oil stain on a handprint. Whoever it is must have really oily hands. Must have had a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically. Huh? A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on freshly waxed floor. The person fell on slippery. Well, getting wax all over their hand. Well, then that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Oh, okay, I guess I got no choice but to present that. That's a piece of leather clothing. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. No, there's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Wright has checked. Haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Emma Sky's. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No! No! The end. Really? Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana was found guilty. Oh, I shouldn't have. Hold on. Court record. Continue. From save point. Okay, Emma's sure to be made out as a murderer. Okay. Mr. Wright, have you any more evidence? Please present it out and try to conceal anything, and you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Cannot show evidence? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time. Yeah, that's right. What's his name? The chief is still denying that there was even a cloth. What? You lie. Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest. Notice anything odd about the chest area. It looks like a part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. What? Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? Okay, so we kind of made him slip up there. I was the first person to arrive at this crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene she would ask for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When we rearranged the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. I did this before Lana arrived at the scene. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? It was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police cheat by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off in the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Should I save? This seems to be the best course of action. Oh, I hope this episode doesn't have multiple endings. Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Cannot show evidence. No, it's too late to show the evidence. It's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingertips. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgeworth figured out my plan. Dang. Mr. Wright, this is your only chance. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Marshall's prints. Wait. Mr. Edgeworth, your opinion, please? I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright. Okay, just remember that thing we murderer's handprints on. There's no way around it, Mr. Wright. I'll ask you just one more time. Your Honor, I do have evidence. Okay. Okay, let's try it. Let's see if it works this time. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to that lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ho ho ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already knew? You knew whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belongs to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything is proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to are... Emma? Emma Skye? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't she tell me? Oh ho ho! You're really something, Righto. I knew this girl did it all along. You knew this girl did it all along. And yet you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye? You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted, and I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's one little thing I have to clear up. Oh? And what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you asked? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? No, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, You know what? You know what I think? Because there's no blood on it. It was cut before he was placed on the statue. That's what I think anyway. You know, for a moment there I was thinking like it felt like it was going to be another dead end. Dang. We're coming to our 4th hour, I think. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. There was blood all over. Yeah, I think I'm right here. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured and blood pouring out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. I knew it. I knew it. That's what I was thinking. There should be blood on it. Ugh. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? No. Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said the person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. Then he broke the jar on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of victim's vest. Oh, they got him, Cord. They definitely got him. Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! He proved himself the murderer. It's finished. And I had only 3 chances left. Objection. Oh, that was close, Wright. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Udgy. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho, ho, ho. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. Uh-oh. Okay, I think I better save. I lost too many chances. Okay, I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, true. illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? Do you purposely and illegally conceal this piece of evidence? Did you purposely and illegally conceal this piece of evidence of cloth? Like, what do I choose here? Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, I can't, you know what? I think I can't admit that I illegally did it. I did not. Certainly, I refused to present evidence at one point. Aha, so the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Udgy, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't let him. Shut up, you twit. There are only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. There's gotta be this book here. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Oh. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Oh yeah, he approved for it to be shown. And he admitted that he cut it out. He hid it away. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department, which you just gave me, you dumb... Okay, I'm going to stop there. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case and trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut this piece of cloth out of the victim's vest? Oh yes. No. It was then you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And that's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh, he's going crazy. And he blows up. His head explodes, like in Scanners. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he had to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He told me to open up the evidence room and take it out. It's not too late. I'll hand this to Marshall. Well, to be honest, I was a little panicked, too. I had a bad feeling about it, but never knew it would come to this. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. You would only increase the amount of blood you couldn't finish what you started. No, and you couldn't finish what you started. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I was wiping it up. I was worrying so much about the floor I didn't realize my mistake. Detective Gumshoe's bloody handprint. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. We couldn't think of any other way to move the body. We broke the trunk, but what's the big deal? You pull down a lot more than us detectives. What does this have to do with anything? You're horrible. How could you get Miss Skye involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I feel bad for having to do it. I couldn't sit around and pick and choose what to take. Well, you left a jar fragment and gloves. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, what are you doing in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, my friends, goodbye. Sorry. That song just suddenly popped in my head when he said it's time to say goodbye. Where did I hear that from? Not Teletubbies? No. No, they don't even speak properly. Oh, the Zaboomafoo? No. Oh, Bear in the Big Blue House. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Well, those days are gone, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Not to have Wright here. Now you have Wright here and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. You see, if I listen carefully, I can hear it right now. The sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial's over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. Sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. That almost seemed like a moment where you'd have her teeth kind of like sparkle and have that little ding. Miss Sky. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Ugh, it was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it and guided Mr. Wright to victory. And you done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. I can only get so hard. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Yeah, 4 hours this evening. I wasn't planning on that long. This could have been divided into 2 episodes. But, you know what? This is going to be one extra long episode. Alright. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. That is all. The court is adjourned. Let's get the hell out of here. February 25th. This trial felt like it went on for a long time. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting it. I'm losing my voice. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. He's always being sent away. Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all day while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Lana. You should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago. This is the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. I'm hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Ting. Oh, Emma. Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our path. And once we found our path, we can move on from our past mistakes towards a brighter future. This part is just very, very much an after-school special type message right here. At least that's what I felt looking at those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me. Thank you both for all you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Here comes Mr. Pouty. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. Blows his brains out. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't change my own mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. If you want to take them on alone, you'll figure out what's needed. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. It's scary, but I've been thinking the same thing for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth? Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime alone, one needs a weapon. That may be right, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise could have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence? That neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Come here, buddy. Just gives him a hug. Just Edgeworth is kind of just cringing. Let's see here. That could have. Let's see what. Hide. Okay. Let's see. Prosecutor trophy? It's gotta be this. Something sentimental? That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. I don't know what I was supposed to choose. Mr. Edgeworth, if you will excuse me, there are still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, what happened in this trial can either make or break you as a prosecutor. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Stay out of it. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be getting back too. Okay, I'll come visit you. It seems we both still have a lot to learn. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever brought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. I'm going to jail. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. Just now? And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go checking off just yet, pal. What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. What? What, do you think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright, you're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Well, since we're all here, why don't we all go together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Oh. How do I object? I'm trying to, let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think that's the end. That's the end of the DLC. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe. She's a coroner. I think Emma will be pleased, blah blah blah. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Okay, I still managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, okay. Portraits. It's keeping me active with the what's happening. You know, this DLC, this episode 5 almost felt like a game on its own. Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there in the end though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yup, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. Okay. Yeah, this actually felt like an endgame type of end, just like episode 4. Man, this was a long playthrough. It's Dawn Knotts. My new mission is to guide the blood. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir, I can just be like that dick guy. Graphics. Okay, what's this all about? Oh, okay. Whoops. Well, you know, I'm glad to get this out of the way. How long has it been now? It's been a little over 4 hours. If I was recording this directly on my computer, I would have split this up into 2 episodes. What is it? Can't you see I'm having a shove out? Something managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Yeah, this was quite a playthrough. Look, it's Angel. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I'll put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot till around exam time, just to make sure not to eat it backwards. Localization, Ben Judd. Brandon Gay. Gay's an unfortunate last name to have in not preschool, elementary school. I'll never forget. Well, let's see what his name was again. Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something other for how many years? Well, anyway, I got another child to get to. I better be. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. It's the first time I seen him leave. Translation. I wonder, how long was this whole episode? Because when I finished episode 4, I felt like I wanted to play more, and it almost feels like this was half the amount. Hey, look, it's Maya. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing Nick and his objections. Still, can't go back and tell him full-fledged spirit medium. Maya, afternoon, training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. And she's gone. This whole episode felt like Phoenix Wright 1.5 or something. Do. Oh, it says Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? I guess Mr. Edgeworth is not around. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you for so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Okay, let's take a look at this book then. Well, look at this. It's probably a picture. Oh, look at that. It's Lana when she was, I guess, 20. And what's her name? Emma as a 10-year-old? Capcom. Well, that's the end of this playthrough for Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. And, wow. You know, let me tell you, it was a pretty awesome game. You know, it says at the bottom there, 2001. This was originally a Game Boy Advance game in Japan, but it never made its way to West. Not until 2009 for the Nintendo DS. But yeah, that was a very enjoyable game. It was very entertaining throughout the whole game. Interactions with the characters, and especially the last 2 episodes, it just really putting my mind to the test with what I needed to do and stuff like that, and just figuring out stuff. That episode 5 was the hardest episode so far, and I will admit that there were times when I was really not doing anything. I took a quick peek at my phone and I was like, oh, okay, that's what I'm supposed to do. I only done it twice this episode, I swear. Well, maybe 3 times, but yeah. So that was Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney on this is the Nintendo WiiWare version. I hope you enjoyed today's video. I hope you enjoyed this series as much as I enjoyed playing through it. And I think I'm gonna, not right away, but somewhere down the line, I'm gonna play the second game in the Phoenix Wright series called Trials and Tribulations. Or was that the third one? I think, no. The second one was called Injustice for All. Yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, so we'll leave it at that, and we will catch you tomorrow with I think I'm playing... Oh yeah, that's right. Persona 5. All right, we'll catch you tomorrow with Persona 5. Until then, we'll see you. Have a good one.